คือ The
Not missing so much. April was just like
crazy.
crazy.
No worries. Robert, did you watch the video of last week's?
I couldn't find it, maybe I didn't look close enough there. I did look for it there, it completed the homework, but I,
Maybe it was after class, or
Yeah. Yeah, it's right here under class thread. I was gonna ask you how it was, but I guess not.
doing the ordering, all right?
Okay.
the 326, see, I still don't see that.
You're under the class thread?
One up. Looking at 207, I don't see that.
You in this thread? Because the class homework or pre-work isn't in here. So I think you're still in the main. It is plugged in.
Oh, wait. Looks like this one is. Or. Yeah.
When Jonas comes in, we all gotta like cheer and applause and stuff. Embarrassing. We'll give him 2 more minutes and then we'll kick this sucker out. Hello. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and kick it off. Hopefully people will trickle in. So my initial thought was just continue on with the contact us form if you had done that or not. If not, we can go through it. So I know a couple of y'all met, like you were out, right? You were out. I think you were out, Tamika, right? Les? No, you were there. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, okay. So for those that didn't see the video or didn't see it all, basically we were going, we made a contact form. Did y'all make the contact form at all? No? Okay, okay. So yeah, just in our deal. Let's jump here. Okay, I just did mine, super beautiful contact form at the bottom there, as you can see. So just first name, last name, email, and then a comment. And then we'll take that, send it to our server, and then put it in our database eventually. So that was the challenge. So you'll have to, create it, do your JavaScripty stuff, make a route on your server, throw it over there. And then just console log it for now on the server. It's fine. So you'll want to just work on that for like an hour, I guess. Or as long as it takes you. And then I think after that, we'll get into a little bit of database stuff. So exciting. If you have questions, please ask. Also in that class thread last week, I'd put this document in here. And it kind of just tells about like the thought process of the flow. So going from, okay, what do I need to do, index HTML all the way to JavaScript to the server and back. So it might be helpful if you need that assistance.
And then, oh. And- and that.
Right now, we're just finishing out that contact form. All right, everybody go. Man of the month.
Yeah, that's. It, last year, like, we bought that. I think it's actually one of the other things, but I didn't know like. That. Like that. It is, and I have to, like, I think, came by, I don't have to show me what it's doing. That is part of it. I think. Tell me how much you don't do, but. Okay, I have received. Yeah, I'll get a donut if you want one. I think we got some donut holes too. We're just doing the. Oh, no. Yeah. It is. Wait, at least have the sweet done. I think I can pull this on. That was some cool. No, I don't. That'd be good, yeah. About to get real fun. Anybody stuck? Yeah, push.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's right, it's just Darren. I think Darren's kind of.
Did have a. Very fun.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh. Yeah, just go ahead and, pull that down and get it. I'll do it.
Afterwards, we'll try that everything.
Yeah. No, seven. I mean, probably what's now, let's have everything. Send it over, and then we don't have to really cover everyone. So, I think. So, they just sort of want to, they just want to see us play the concert, right? So, I'm. I guess. Technically, it's not. So. Oh, it is okay, so they take that. Just get it over here. You get it. Yeah, you get this stuff here, your services there. And then sometimes I have trouble with that. Oh, man. Man, if you only show the. That's size thing. Yeah, and you can't have things that are. It's good when you go out of that. Okay. I'll be a little more. Okay. Yeah. Do more control. No, that. Yeah, but it's for the server, so. Yeah, that was a weird view. I've never seen it. Maybe I lost it. Yeah, just like this is the. It's. So. Check it out.
There's explaining. It's like copy.
Yeah.
I copy the people last week from two examples in the tab. And then last votes, and then I just try to if you make it work, now I want to understand. I think it works.
Yes, we did. And then,
This one I just did.
Oh.
It's not loading, right? Yeah. Is your server running?
So you, so go to the bottom.
If it's not running, it's not additional. So you need to run your. Yeah, I need to make sure it's not running. You have all this information, you have it at the server. You need to run the server for it to actually call it for you, so. This is that. And please start. Are you in your server folder?
Yeah.
You go to your. I did it first, now I want to make a server. So I need to, I did the server. So just a.
So. So you think you come so long before that. I don't have it.
You're ready.
You know, so when we're like, so that.
So just doesn't it start?
Yes, way back, right? Go back and so. I'm trying to see this, so. So also this talks about so when you want to make some information. All the time, you just make it is. Eventually you want to sort it.
It doesn't matter where you are. You're working.
Job 30 minutes.
So,
That's to our servers. Right now, it's big.
I mean,
No,
so we can use the C,
see,
is
so that way. So that's.
that's what I have right here. But yours, you're in the same spot. Try to do and kind of stuff. There you go. I'll go back here.
So it's.
So I used to pull that, all that stuff. I did the same thing.
Okay.
Remember we took it out of our. Yes, we had it, so we had it. We don't have in their service, if you're not connected to the service. Like that show you.
It's a fancy client.
Here, this one, that's like, I did this, I named scheduling one, but I'm doing the aims and aspects of it.
Okay. Remember, you just have a server folder, your web data is something here. So that's the basket. Script update is something in the column.
Yeah.
And how they can script data, it makes up for everything. So that's your back. You, so, you place it, like, when it comes to here.
I pretty much copied.
Yeah.
it.
The person that is the next to the whole form. Today, because I'm cool. We want it happening. States. Because you know, if you follow it, you're so, so, you mean the first up, you just started again. But yeah, seeing the values.
Like you get samples of.
We are seeing that. We are being a person.
We contact. And once I copy that section, I'll just make sure that. When you copy it, save it, make sure you know where it starts, you're going to get it, so it's from the section.
Yeah, get it to.
So in this case, since we're putting stuff in there, that's stuff. Even though there's so in that case, I'll make it more complicated.
That's right.
Yeah, so that's the whole point of the bench. That is its entire purpose. They should make that. Like, when it best. But basically. Or a meeting external.
So this is like a little, like, kind of,
Yeah, it is what's can be. So this is. Full host 3,000, which is mobile information, right? And then 3,000. Further. Server. Oh. This is. It's friendly. So you'll see all these things, and survey. Yeah, everybody, we're counting. So remember, Node.js. But then. So it's not all, we have to see, we might get routes. You know, get when you. But that's what. We're getting them to we want to do all the right for you, and that's something that we actually, remember this. Also, it's listening to the comments from basically we take really. Yeah, because I think you have that in our law. Yeah. If you ever have like an issue with something like that, so yeah. That's also. So that means that also just reach out to something because sometimes it's gonna take some time. Stop right there. What we want to do is talk about how to that way. Wait, saying this, send this out, which will be our, or make sure this is back, this, we'll love it and pay our small. We're going to use the rate now, dollars. So there's anytime you're gonna reach out, maybe not to use server, whatever, you know, what, that way. You guys are doing that. It's a promise. It's a promise. Yeah, never I see. Or is this one has more with problems that cause more here. So this one, yeah, see that, more data. This is straight by. Yeah, it's starting to based on. You can see it here, on the chart there, so if I read it now, there's no next slide, it's next to the first one, right there. You can look at that, that's, there we go. So it's not bad. And then I'm just going over here. Very clear, and doing this, you know, well, it's like that. Instead of going right out, like, you're still, all that, right, so. So they have that question, but it is. That you can see here in addition to database, so. Usually so there, you have small days, but this is the actual license, I don't know, the first thing. First thing about well, now. So
What is that?
So the reason that I said, so like that would be. I don't get it very. Okay. Yeah, your server is actually like a world of terms. All that, you don't have to do all of one. Oh, it was a show. Show. Put some on. Yeah, we have. This, running around there, side of our back under on, which is the house. Have you tried that yet? No. Just try to see it. So. So moving on, because there's no time to do this. There's. This one is already.
So typically, when it comes to those.
I changed that on the server and.
Yeah, so usually,
So this
so that's something you can do, I time changes, right? Right, so
you can do it in the script. But let's start again.
So anytime you write in something like that, but it's easy to check emotions like that. Like, so you identify the problem with the scan and everything, right? Then right there would be good time. Get my starting restarting. Instead of just like sitting here for like.
I didn't, I waited very little time before I was like, I know this is really simple, because it's all, I can see that it's correct.
Yeah, the tough part is doing that every time. Because there will be times where you'll stare at the screen, stare. It's like, no, I was gonna use that better.
And did that work this week? Where to go? It was stupid stuff. The IT department, they had one more website, we needed our remote marketing.
Right.
So the marketing. Use of third party.
That's what
the website, so we don't want to miss the sites for like almost hundreds of directions, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
And we get One, where they're like, our job, those values. Like 30 years. We're like, yeah, this is third party management role, we got it, you know, from here, but then like, you guys design. Those kind of, so it's.
It's actually on you, yeah.
So we get on this call, we went through good, I noticed, I looking, I find what's going on, I look into element errors, and the source is getting to the place. With some, like, here's the traffic capture at. And it's because of that. It's your problems. On site, like, tracking, script. And it was replacing the source.
Right.
On every element, so that when we got goods, and that would be right.
So they had to smooth up, yeah.
Yeah, this is not what it's being stopped.
So the tracking that they wanted to do, they could do.
Yeah, at least, you know, like, when it was loaded the page, I would replace the source for yes. You know, tracking or something like. And then I already.
I remember through-
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, that's what works. It's like, that's, well, it's like a perfect example, too. Like you have one side that's like for whatever company you make, like, you have sides that you IDT overseas, right? But then in department, it's all like, oh, there's a big space, but we don't have a man now. So all of a sudden it's getting-
I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
They have a tool that they use that lets you. Owners can go as their site.
Yeah, specifically. Yeah.
I don't.
Don't
care about any of
that.
But it was just like, no, Mark will always think we should pass this, like, they'll get like, so it's a problem. And then they'll send it to the product and they're for like one team.
Yeah.
But this is like, geez, what's going on? We're always like, it's something, it's never,
Right.
it's never, ever, ever. It's always like, user errors. I mean, it's even, this was not, I was like, this is my mistake.
Yeah. I know this.
I mean, right, this is so still, yeah.
Architect.
It gets them in the garden and it takes it down.
Yeah.
Do we need to, I don't know, if we need to. I don't know. That sounds good. Can you?
What's going on?
So for the menu, you use this laptop get, that's why you can send the menu back to the web page.
So you're grabbing the menu and
To the web page, right?
yeah, wherever you're using that.
And for the form, we don't,
What's the?
we can practice with one, like display it somewhere else, just so we can say,
Oh,
we send it, and now we're pulling it, show us.
When we change it.
We send, or we don't, just like for practice, but
So. Now. You would have. No contact form to none of the routing is number two ways to that happens, so you either have to. That's why we start. When you. You can post the form, you have to store it in the variable. We did server side within that variable. Just get you.
that would be like to confirm that, okay, my first spot is working, my full it actually got stored in the server, because it's a forward, we're not going to do it, right, like we should be doing,
Probably will
we
be.
get.
Yeah.
So. Say, okay, this is. Because you have to create another like app that's get, so it wouldn't just natively get it automatically, you have to be able to get it. So you create a get, but like you would have to. You put that, you have to, like, you know, post it.
Yeah, like you're.
Going along?
Try.
I think.
Contact form, that's what I'm talking about, contact form.
Yeah,
You got like server side and also some areas, but I think I'm figuring out, I have like hold some there. Start about.
That's why I don't count it, because I wasn't trying to read it, I was trying to just get it to you.
Yeah, so you would have to, yeah, all the server, you have to store it, if they go in response, you check out the regular body. So you would have to declare. So you see how you got some minus one over here, so like your contact.
Yeah, it's just-
Is what's.
There's nothing in there.
You should be able to.
Well, that's-
You should be able to do something similar to this. That contact one, right?
Like it shows on my webpage, just say this is what I'm doing.
Yeah, you should always at the top, but you're not creating a sense of my.
Okay, check versus-
Yeah, well, yeah, that, and then it doesn't matter.
As long as it's above.
So which would be similar, they're gonna do that again.
It's like,
Yeah, we're showing sending that contact one, right?
so we try.
Yeah, so yeah, you can definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Well, if like a lot is false, or it doesn't. It's false or yeah, so if it is an array, but.
And you break that line. This right here. But this is. Right.
Right, oh,
This-
Yes. Why, I think I have a reason. Figure out that right, it's not getting. You can just check this. You can check with my object. But, yeah, I think we check. Okay, we can get rid of it. It's not gonna, I mean, it shouldn't hurt. I'm not having. You're right. I'm probably going to do that way.
Okay. Yeah, so. Hang on. Yeah. You said it, I did like. If you. You see that. There's a compassion. For the one.
I guess I don't know.
So you.
But it's not, you know.
Oh, yeah, so, let me go down. Here, this was on my contact. So it looks like I found you, like, well, time will tell.
Here a little bit over here. Well, put a couple one into it.
We'll do like 15 more minutes of this and then we'll get into the news stuff.
Took me a while to realize that the laptop had mistakes on it, that makes it look like you're taking gas. Oh, nice. Oh,
The funny thing is, like, I'm not a gamer. Like, yeah, but everyone's on.
Okay, just like.
I certainly played Super Mario Brothers, the original enough, so even if it's stay, I can probably beat them up every minute.
Yeah, I like the last video game console, like the original PlayStation, 5, 7.
Nice. I looked it up.
That was a great game.
5 minutes for, you know, that's a good stuff. Yeah.
Final Fantasy One was the first game, first RPG I ever played that really turned me on to that genre. I probably played that a bunch of times before I like beat the first like main boss and made that bridge and then like fireworks went off my head like, oh my god, there's so much more.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he killed me so many times that I could play, come back to it months later and try.
Mine was, you play Dragon Warrior.
I like them so.
So it was an RPG, it was like old school, like you would, instead of like, there's like stairs, right, you'd walk down the stairs, so you had like a button, like. But my mom played that, so it's sorry.
Oh, it's just.
And I would learn to read from that, and so, and I made there was 4 of those. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
The original one, really good, and I really like 2. It takes, that's.
Yeah, Final Fantasy VII, that was one of the most popular. They've made so many newer versions of that. And during this talk, the technology that was terrible.
What's the?
Well, yeah, there are some games that are all for it, so they're buttons here, I'm like, how do you even hold the controller to be able to push all the buttons? Like, dude, I can't, I'm not coordinating. I remember playing Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat that really, now, the combinations are so complicated, I'm like, I can't keep up with that. They really like, you know, once Mortal Kombat started, the third dimension.
But you
Play the combos. And so games like, so like back, 4 days, like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
The Street Fighter, the Fireball, that's still a very classic combination.
Yeah.
And of course, the old complicated records that haven't been live, haven't been in prison years.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, I hope so. We're doing better.
That server.
Oh,
Yeah.
not.
Oh, the Prince.
The end here, right?
Another Prince. I think it goes inside.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, yeah. See, it's sometimes
Yeah.
you got it. Good job.
Oh. I'm reading. It's in the bread.
But in this case, you can add it just to see your actually.
Um,
Oh, this is where your functions go. This right here, that's your. So. Getting back. But it's not.
That's event not prevent default. Okay.
And then as I said, that she certain definition. Insurance.
Maybe she would. So actually,
I don't think. Think that something several times. I could do some.
yeah. We talked about it, like, hopefully last, but he's one who was, she was the first one. So we're gonna.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So this.
I'll try to go. I don't know, a couple times before we get to these. Thank you, see you.
You're calling it there.
He's the only person in my, and you don't even know how to set office apprenticeships.
Not.
Yeah, Brian does it a lot.
Yeah, but yeah, those, yeah.
This
Really,
one,
also just wants to help.
those are only two that
Yeah.
that I don't know that is one ever. So did you start?
But it's,
How do you do?
mostly very good.
I think that's very in office.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So.
You saw it, so you don't know what you're working.
Also, I'm sure you sell it by the end. I'm not sure where they're more.
That's all I see. Yeah, exactly. You hear. Yeah, lots of bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's never like you don't see.
I want to see, I just see how we're gonna fare.
Is it you fast or you look or?
So that's where it is. Like within this area.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
west here.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
that is, hold on. Yeah, so my wife was right there.
No,
Yeah.
where is that?
So that's where
Yeah,
you're
he's
gonna
like-
on the server.
Yeah, yeah. Wait, so you would?
Yes.
Oh, my.
What?
Hold on.
It's getting.
Heard of her?
So you're logging. Thank you.
Yes, you would, right down the street. It's like right there. So you have that element like right next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Anytime there's.
Still no,
Oh, I'm sorry, it's self.
Oh, no, yeah. No, I'll shoot it.
No, you're doing that right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
it's-
I'll work my counter. Yeah. They like their own lawn, where around here.
So-
Those are.
Well,
This is for the state, right?
yes.
I'm wondering if you. I can't have like an underground parking garage.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you'll probably share the same space with, there's another building that's like right next, it might actually be that one, that's a state building. But then you'll be.
Yeah.
So we think it's about working downtown is here. Parking, but if you really stay, then she's a office manager, paralegal. That's right. Yeah. She works at Philly. So they have, that's the big mission.
So.
So like,
If you do it.
either if we were doesn't have a garage, they, so like, you know, the tracks right there.
Yeah.
Tracks, so they go like
For
further
that
down.
to do.
There's on the other side of the tracks, like it's right there. There's a giant lawn there. Yes, that's like. It's reserved for workers, but it's like all employers use it.
And it's actually.
So like people are having to walks down.
Something from.
So
Can't be like.
that's where she's supposed to park, you know, park there. She'll just like, basically, so like she's up high enough to where she can look out her window and see when it calls out, so she'll like get out of her car.
Because you watch.
But she's like, we get,
Because you want to.
We can take it all.
Directly in and sit at that.
so it's like not normal, so you can be to get like, check the mail.
Oh,
Ticket to where it's like, hey, here's $2. No, unless you don't pay them,
Oh.
they're like $10.
Did you not know, like,
not like your record, but the city knows about it. So if they like see you park somewhere else illegally again, they'd be like, oh, maybe it's. Sure, that, you're right.
The parking is not.
That's a headache. Oh.
I thought it was not, or somewhere to call it.
Yeah.
So like next one.
So are you?
You already in
Yeah.
You already in there. So it's going to be this. Yes.
Whatever.
Oh, I see.
One, that other building that's close to you, it's a state building, they get Fridays, so that's a. I think everyone, for the most part, of the time, it's like back and back. So
Yeah, that live server, I see, and refresh should pay.
Okay, fine. One. Well. I think that beats. Like half of it.
Yeah.
Like a shared space.
So it's. I mean, I feel like. Yeah.
I'm still using
Yeah, it'd be nice to like feel like
on the street.
relaxed. Post office.
Oh, you had
Just
you're not doing anything else in digital.
Sure.
So you typically want
So do you know, do you like to work with any of your
So I just. Yeah.
I can listen to the music. I love.
Sometimes I can't like that,
Oh, you have to be very.
but I have sound through that folks.
Oh,
So it's- Yeah, one.
Trying to.
Otherwise I can do that.
You don't want to go by yourself.
I try to make it feel like I am by myself.
Oh, okay.
Do that, yeah, otherwise, it's not big, yeah.
You were.
So they usually have like.
Oh, I just work on it.
Yeah, I was. Sorry. So you'd be saving quarters, but I stay out here a lot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then it won't do that.
All right, you ready to get your minds blown?
Might as well.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a lot of stuff at you. This is all just familiarization kind of stuff, just so you know it's there. And this way you can actually see what a database looks like and how to use it. Anna. You're good. Okay, so, Supabase, anybody heard of Supabase? Got one in the back, very nice. So Supabase, it's S-U-P-A-B-A-S-E, is what's called a backend as a service, okay? Backend as a service, BaaS, BaaS, called BaaS. So basically what it is it has a database, has authentication, it has all sorts of awesome, cool stuff that you can do. A lot of times when you're building like a mobile app or something, you'll use a backend as a service, unless you just want to run your own server somewhere, which you totally can. But if you can fit the functionality into one of these, then you don't have to run a server. Fantastic. There's also a popularity around serverless technology, which is using like cloud functions and things that are offered here in a backend as a service. So that way you don't have to run a server. Note, in the back end, they're using a server to do this. So it's not really serverless. You yourself just don't have to run a server, okay? However, we are still running a server, and you can use these things with a server, like the database authentication and things like that, okay? Because those things you still don't want to do on your front end if you can help it, because it's not secure. Cool. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to set up authentication, which we've been talking about for a while, the right way to do it. and we're gonna insert some stuff into a database. Did anybody look at the SQL homework stuff? A little bit? Okay, you'll go with Derek, you'll go through that a lot more, I think, in Next.js. Actually like writing SQL and stuff like that. So I'm just gonna show you how to use it with Supabase. A lot of the different backends use their own syntax. So in this case, we're in JavaScript, so you're gonna use JavaScript syntax to interact with the database. So it's not like writing straight SQL, but it translates to that whenever it gets written in the database. Okay. SQL, for those of you who don't know, is structured query language. So it is a different language than JavaScript that you talk to a SQL database with. Okay, and it's much more human readable, I would say, because you do like select whatever from table or whatever, so it's kind of easier to read, but anyway, you'll get into that later. But definitely, if you get time, check out that little tutorial because it is super helpful. Okay, so this Supabase, again, it has authentication, which we're looking at now, and so it will keep track of your users and not their passwords, but their authentication, so you can log them in, and then we will discuss databases in a minute. We'll go through this first, so y'all can follow along with me on this. First thing we need to use Supabase is we need to use the Supabase package, which you can find on Supabase or you can Google it or whatever. So if you go to your package.json, you'll see I have this Supabase JS thing here. Okay, so we're gonna install that. So if you just do, find my cheat sheet here. I think it's in the README. Just do npm install and then that. So just type that out and make sure you're in your server folder before you do it. Yeah,
We don't need a dot and reader.
we will, but right this second, we're just gonna do that. If you want to type them all in, you can.
We need to go for it.
No, not right now. Nope. I have access for y'all. Great question though. Okay, once you get that, and I think I put it in the chat as well. For Supabase? Yeah, you don't need an account right now, but that's fine. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so in the class thread, I did put this as well if you wanted to copy paste. You're gonna need to grab this .env file and just so you create the .env file and then put this in there.
We're gonna put that in the server folder.
Yep, yeah, all this will be in the server folder.
Does it matter if it's like top, bottom?
No, it doesn't. It'll organize it alphabetically or whatever it does. Yeah. Let's. Everybody got the .env file? And please don't try to type this out. Copy and paste it. Yes, yes.
And you go under the server file, in what category?
In what category? So it'll be in the server folder, but it's a .env file. So you'll make a new file called .env. Either way, you can do touch.env or just right click and make it. And we're not worrying about the DB right now, just the env.
I have a little thing I bought from Fast Drop. That's just but it's like that little keyword thing, that's just the stack overflow logo, and then a C and a B.
Oh, yeah,
It's just a control copy.
nice.
Keep that in mind, and it's functional.
Yeah.
But it's far away from my keyboard, so I never use it, but
Yeah.
it's there.
Love it. That's awesome.
So each document file and the super, you just come up with basically the super base in your.
Yeah, yeah, what I have right there, yep. Yep, so you should have a .env that looks like that. Do you already have a get ignore file? Can't remember if we made one. You do? Okay. Make sure in your get ignore that you have .env as well. Because we do not want to put that in the world. And then also make sure in your package JSON you are seeing the super base that you installed.
But that's gonna show up after they run it, right?
As soon as I do npm install.
Yeah, after they.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yep, yep.
Just want to make sure that they don't have to manually type that.
Yeah, nope. Nope.
You go to the ENV file.
So just a recap of the env file is where you put environment variables. Okay, so these are variables for your environment. So like you'll have different variables for like you're in production or development or whatever. And so this is where you would put those. And these are things that you don't want to commit with your code. Okay. And then we'll use them in a minute, which actually, since we are doing .envs, we do need to have that .env package installed. So if you go back to your terminal and do npm install .env, and it's .env, just like right here. We can go ahead and install that. You can see that tiny thing there. There you go. So once you do that, then in your package JSON, you should see .env right here. Good. Cool. All right. So what we've done, also remember if you ever like clone someone's project or you're working with somebody or whatever, if they have a package JSON, which they should, these dependencies, all you got to do is do npm install, hit enter, and it's going to install these. Okay. So you don't have to like go by one and put them all in. If it's a project that you're coming to work on, that's all you got to do. Because it reads this and says, oh, okay, these are the packages that I need. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, cool. So we have Superbase installed. We have .env installed. .env is going to allow us to actually see those environment variables in our code. We have our env file that has the environment variables. Think of these as like key value pairs. The keys in here is you make those up, right? They can be whatever you want. The values you're going to get from whatever you're trying to connect to. So in this case, in Superbase, if I go to my, I always forget where they put it, project overview, and project settings, maybe somewhere. I was looking for this earlier. Authentication. Nope. Maybe. Okay, here we go. So this is where those come from. So here's my URL right here, which is what we got. And then the anon public is that key we put in. Okay. So you'll just have to look at documentation for whatever it is you're trying to connect with, figure out what keys they need, and then hook all that up. Okay. In this case, that's where those came from. Okay. Cool. So we have all that connected. Now we need to actually use the authentication, right? So if we go to my script.js, here it is. For our login, so still in our index.html, it's the same thing, right? We're calling we have our login form, right? And we're calling our handle login to function or whatever your login function is called. This is the same, nothing has changed here, okay? In our function, same deal, we're getting our data, our value, our username, password. And then we have a route where we're going to verify that it's correct, right? You should all still have the login route. Cool. Okay, so same deal, we're passing the username, password. It's post request. All that's the same. So we're going to go to our login route in our server. So you'll notice here, I have my login route. So right here, you're probably just checking it based on the user that you have stored in your server, right? Because that's what we're doing for. So we're going to get rid of that, and we're actually going to use the Supabase authentication. So with Supabase, you do need to await it because we're reaching out for something to happen, right? So it needs to, it's a promise. We need to await it coming back. So we need to make sure that our post is an async post. Okay. And I'll let y'all copy this down in just a second. We have our username, password, making sure that we're getting those in. And then per Supabase documentation, this is how we sign somebody in. Okay. So it's just Supabase, which actually, sorry, we gotta require Supabase. Oh, do we gotta do the DB first? Hold on. Sorry. We need the db.js first, because that connects us. So if you go back to Slack, this first one here, db.js, just make a db.js file in your server folder and copy this in there. So that'll look like this here. Cool. So once you have that in, basically what this does, this actually creates that connection to Supabase. Okay. So it probably would have been a better name like connection.js or something, but it's okay. So it just requires the Supabase from the package that we installed. It's getting the create client method from that package. And then this is where we're bringing in our environment variables. So you do process.env. Whatever name you gave that environment variable, and we're storing it just in a local variable. And then we're using the create client method here to actually make a client instance of the Supabase that we can use. Okay. So that's just saying, all right, cool, I have Supabase now, I can start using its methods and things that I need to use. Okay. You could have totally put process.env.supabase URL here instead of the local one. That would have been fine too. This is just how I did it. Same on the Supabase key here. We could just put this shebang down there. Cool. So then we need to export that instance of Supabase, so then we can start using it in our app. Okay, so we're just exporting it out of this file so that we can use it in other places. Which the other places would be in our server.js. We are using it here. So we're requiring from that DB file we made, the db.js, that instance of Supabase. Okay. So this is going to be our local instance that we can then use methods and all that jazz for. And this is very standard on the way you will use packages like this, where you need to like get an instance of it and then use it. You'll typically have a file where you connect it all together, database, authentication, whatever it is. And then you'll bring it into your JavaScript require it in or import it in, depending on what you're doing. And then you'll have this guy. So just how we did with Express, how we brought in Express right here and made app our instance of that Express, so then we could view our posts and our gets and all that stuff. Same thing, this is just Supabase. Okay. Does that make sense? That's part, okay, cool. Okay, so now that we're in our server file and we have our Supabase instance, we can then do what we were doing earlier. So Supabase has a property called auth, and auth has a method called sign in with password. Okay, and so that's what we want to do. We want to pass our username as its email is the key that Supabase is looking for. We just called it username. So that's why that's emails here. And then password, it has a key called password, which we're passing password to. Since they're the same name, we can just say password. This is the same thing as saying it like this. Right. Same thing, just shorthand. You can just say password. If we would have used email instead of username, we could have just said email and not email : username. Cool. Okay. All right. So this is going to go to Supabase and say, hey, does this person exist in your instance of Supabase? If it does, cool. If it does not, if it errors, we're going to send back a 401 error that says whatever the error message it's returning. Okay. So if we look back at Supabase at authentication, we'll see that I have one user with this email. Okay. So this is the user that I created earlier. So we go to my application now. So if I enter whatever in here, so when I hit login, that's going to Supabase and saying, hey, is this legit? And obviously it's not. So we're getting back this 401 error that's saying something's wrong. So if we look at my log, oh, hey. Oh, because of the pop-up. When there's a pop-up, you can't do anything on the page, by the way. So let's see. Right there. So we got a 401, right there, which is what we expected to see if it was incorrect based on this right here, right? Because we told it if there's an error, send back a 401 and whatever's going on. So in our JavaScript, we are catching the response, right? So we're saying here, if the response is not good, it's not okay, alert invalid credentials, which is what we're seeing here, right? So in the browser, you see unauthorized, and up here is what we're telling it to display to the user. Okay. Now, if we put in a correct one, correct this where. There we go. So it logged me in, right? Said welcome. Here we go. And you see, no, look at my password. It's top secret. Yeah, so it logged me in. So it went back to Supabase and checked. This is my email, and then it has my password stored, hashed. Like it doesn't know what it is. It's a whole hash thing. But that's why we use authentication this way instead of making it ourselves, because then the burden is on them to figure it out. And if you need to sue them, you can just sue them, and you don't get sued yourself. So that's the gist of authentication as far as like a simple login password. Mind blown, totally cool. Makes sense. Okay. So really it's just about reading the documentation, seeing or asking ChatGPT, and seeing, what is that method that I need, to sign in or whatever. There's also a login, and a sign up and all that stuff. Sorry, not a login. There's a sign in, there's a sign up. When you do the sign up, it actually creates that user in there. I didn't hook that up, but it's very similar to that one, just says up instead of in. So yeah, so in going forward, whenever you make a project that needs a login, definitely do it this way. Okay. It's the way to go. Questions on that? Say again? Yep, yep, indeed. Cool. So, and you all got that in your projects? You get it copied down? No? Okay. All right. Yeah, I did not post that. Okay, let me post that. Or let me show you that. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'll just post this login function in Slack here real quick. Right here. Everybody get rid of that thing. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, you can grab that. Just replace your login function with that. And I think that's all you'll have to change. Mm. Okay, and I created a user, okcoders or okcoders.com, password okcoders. No, no capital letter. So once you get all that in there, you can try to log in, see if it works. For okcoders, okcoders. okcoders.com. okcoders at okcoders.com. okcoders. Right, right. Yeah, restart your server. Let's say valid argument type in your server.
The questions you'll have for the rest of the day, the answer is okay. See.
That works.
It's pretty common. Yeah, it's. That's kind of where my mind goes. But go back to your problem. You've already researched.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't have to know this. All.
Yeah. Why should I? Restart your server and then run this again. It will probably won't do anything, but that's. Oh, that's cool. Right. No, it's not in your house.
It's not what you're on.
Well. Okay.
You need, yeah, yeah, this is server data. Up or down? Keep going?
Oh, yeah, I had the same problem. You have to add the required .env config at the top of the server. Then you have stop. There's one required. That's how I think knows where to do right. So, yeah, not like regard another line, you require parentheses.
We have some.
I don't, because I'm not seeing the same.
Oh, I didn't see that, sorry.
Dot,
So this is
E,
the import.
D,
So
O, E,
required.
D.
So.
Yeah.
One.
That's gonna go dot, or after the.
We want to be responsible. So it we're, this part, this is. That everybody wants to get out of there. The data.
Oh,
Yeah. Big. Right, that's the gas. Yeah, that's it. And then. Oh, and after. So it might. Yeah.
So it's in again, finance.
Yeah, the
So
other.
you always go into
Yeah.
everything. So like, there, you know,
I try to do that when it does. No, I think I can.
Yeah, it's, it's.
That would be. That's what I.
But I don't know if that's happening in the server or on the So we might be getting errors that everyone else is.
You are getting that. This number, this as far as I can tell, the username is.
So y'all are both getting this? Yeah.
And this. As far as I can tell, my login function. Anytime when I look at coders, okay, what use me on all password. Where you are passing those to. All right. Those serve them. Error authentic. So I'm thinking it's probably the server. So anytime we call it one, but I don't know. That can be done as long as that's supposed to do this. That's the way we're doing it. It's a hassle. And again, the reason that self. That's the other people. That's what I was, yeah. So those things have never thought that because they're just.
My users don't define.
It's like the cons. Yeah, it got this. Are you getting the same error? Users now, I didn't. Oh, okay, well, on I get so.
That's
Not doing that yet. Not be sure. Well, the thing that was in chat doesn't actually structure. Right. Wait, so is anyone else getting a user not defined error?
I got. So you're. Oh. Let's see. That library is giving us. That's good. So the Z that we will have. Yeah, it's like uncrossable and it disappears. So.
Did it load into the terminal?
This is now happening. Yeah. So. Trying to get things started, trying to put the work together. But we can see it. You in whatever, networking user, you can start, and look in the secure storage, so you want to go to this. But instead, you can just not like no application. So,
Yeah.
Oh, you do this, did you, this is the one you commented out?
Yes.
Okay. Guess you do need that one.
Okay, so here's another place I actually.
Then with some sort of. A little insert, but I don't have. And now. But it is. But having object security on comparison, yeah, it works, you just wait to get rid of that, no matter no, whatever you say. Or actually, CD, like, change, right? Like, one goes in here, so, instead of user that object doesn't exist anymore. So how it works, you can author it. Okay, go to. What if you're on?
We keep getting users not defined.
Yeah, we used to have a user, an object.
Yeah, I think
called
we're getting
user.
that one too.
Okay, I figured more people were probably getting it.
References to that. Elsewhere in my log function, and I don't have that object. Yeah. It's. That's what's.
Did you figure it out?
Well, I'm just going through it and thinking of references to that object. So.
Oh.
No. Okay. So. It's like. Well, I don't have any like, I don't have the, but they're the success
Yeah.
thing, so
Okay.
it just. Okay, here's the problem.
Okay, so our rec.body, right, has rec.body.username, rec.body.password. There's not a username or a password variable. So we can either create these variables or we can just change this to nope. Rec.body.username and then rec.body.password, right? He'll freaking pop up today. Does that make sense? Did it work? Did you already do it?
I just created the variables.
Okay,
And
I-
assigned them to it.
And it worked?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that, but that's why it keeps yelling, because we're trying to console log something that doesn't exist. So I'm scared of that.
Trying to walk through the frame.
Alright. Anybody else out of trouble or? we figured out?
It's still say, change, there's nothing fine, but it may have been. So I did all that to warn them, dot log.
No, we just gotta go back.
I did take this one.
Where you were.
Well, let's see, so you're getting the copy.
That's where you were. Yeah.
Yeah, this one I just took out, so it made this, that was a.
Oh, we put it on the top. No.
Okay, just the little fonts. Why?
Alright, so we call like this.
Fine.
This is called remote access. Yeah, it's so fun. Use over.
Okay.
That was weird.
New working experience. This learning all this stuff under that. Copy a lot.
Yeah, that's so interesting, because I think kind of like.
I know, I'm trying to find, is it in the server or the script?
Sorry, yes.
Smart. You didn't realize your back shape, you know, you're.
I mean, he doesn't have them.
You technically can still use usually if you can't say, oh, because we got to take this,
Mm.
like this other problem.
Now it's on.
And it's kind of goes to show, I think that the one house there, there. And so. It's a good thing, right?
You got rid of it.
It's super simple. And you don't. Really
Good.
But things like that happen. Unfortunately, back. That's something that's also here. So it's you can find a solution in one place, but common problem. So. You'd be.
A lot of times, but that's what that was, right? People,
Yeah. Let's look at your hands, it's always fun discussion whenever you introduce somebody. I mean, literally, that's just what we did, introduce this new place. You can stop where you can make our lives easier.
at first it made it super hard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're missing, are you at?
I missed.
I'm just. So, this is the last time I was here.
So I think it's just those bottom two.
This match, what we did. Right.
Yeah, that might be.
Yeah, no, it's situations like that, I think that helps me the most.
What about the, on top there?
Right,
Just explain.
What's touching, what is this doing? What's this new, I haven't seen this yet.
That's right here, this folder.
And I imagine that it makes it even more difficult, what you're adding to the parts, like, figuring out it is right.
Also, I think it's other places that are file things.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what's on.
That's how you determine like if they're gonna want, then you kind of get, like, older code. Yeah, so you made that, the next thing you're gonna write some common plays. If you're working for like a large company, also like the state.
You could have your.
A lot of this software is very big. Like it was, and it's gonna be update that, so. I was really. So it really just like.
So,
Small program, like, so when you store. C# down and has to get considered like a software, but it's also kind of. The most, like you see the most counts of things like there's a. But yeah, these kinds of things, they're pretty. Which is why software developers. The best analogy I've heard recently is writing code is long, trying to solve mysteries for your lord. Where and that's when you try to solve that problem. And when you speak of legacy,
So you also want you to have, so
is like 40 years old.
so the thing is, they can't have.
Thank you.
Started playing, and they hired people who worked at the company since the early 90s. In soccer. And so there's tons of stuff.
Once you get that, take a little break and then we'll actually get into database next.
Still fine. Stuff that he wrote way back.
So no longer we run.
When we create a change, we didn't know.
Well, when you
There's
do.
not a yeah, this is very, it's just like, I'm sorry, this is very
Yeah,
complex.
so it's not.
Because you're already proactively finding. The thing is, for the longest time, no one, people will go big. So you don't want to worry about maybe.
You're gonna.
One, it's better than. Maybe. So.
That's what it says. There's trying to make
Get
it work.
it, get it working.
Oh.
Get it working, come back later.
Because right, the context, there's no way we come back to it. It's working, don't mess with it.
I'm reading a book about this right now. It's called The More Tactical Approach. Notice they call it tactical approach. It's get it working. Get it out of your house. That's all it's doing.
So the package.
And that's the way people have been building things for the longest time. So you take those things into consideration. I just need to get this whole application off the ground.
That way we can ship MVP, start making money, whatever. Which
No, it's
Like,
all.
you don't get any value until you ship. There's no value.
When you-
all
Yeah,
have
but
to
you
do
need
is
to
spread.
Then you actually switch it fixed it all, right?
Well, right, but I agree. I just mean like, if you're, especially if you're
So, whether.
a startup,
First of all, what if you're like saying, okay, these are.
there's no value in code that is written and not going through. It's totally, it's just.
You know, that's the way for a lot of failures. I think about the PT game
Okay.
for Atari,
Yeah.
where they spent $250,000, and this was back in the eighties, right? Now when PT came down, they put the game in production in 5 years. Horrible. They lost so much money because they were trying to rush it out the door to steal work. It was like the worst video game ever made.
Yeah, I'm not, as a quality assurance person, I do not advocate for, the deadline is not as important as the functional software. But that's sort of that, like, if you're the business, if you're the stakeholders, You care
Yeah,
about
they
the
don't
dollars,
care.
you care about the dollar signs a little bit more than you care about.
They're like, we don't want to care, we need another 6 weeks. It ships on Friday, okay?
Right.
But you and your orders about that. We had a guy who was talking a lot of years ago about a very similar problem, where he got removed from his project. Really? They said it, out of their test cases, it failed something like 60 out of 90 test cases, and they were supposed to ship a new feature out like that following day, and they had to meet beforehand, stakeholders to, over things, and he's like, yeah, this didn't pass. We're not gonna release, and they're like, all right. No, we're gonna release your, and then the following day, he was released.
You're like, we're gonna put somebody else in your place, I will say release.
Yeah, but no, that's like kind of the point I was trying to make is, it's hard enough to make this stuff, right, to build something within X amount of time. Like that in and of itself is very difficult, then you're asking someone to possibly refactor this, let's make it easier, let's make it cleaner, let's make it more reusable. And then on top of that, like you pointed out, documentation, we have to put this in simple terms, so that way whoever comes in to manage this, to work on this within 5 years, has an understanding of what you're touching, what we're trying to update. That's a really heavy load. So.
Now, when you say documentation, you're talking about the comments on the roadway thing, or it's separate
So
document?
it's separate, so. What you'll come to learn about documentation within your code is. You can leave those little notes in there. Someone who's more experienced and more senior, they usually know that stuff. Because one of kind of like the unspoken things within the community is your code should speak for itself. It should be simple enough, it should be clean enough, and it should be easily comprehensible to where anyone that has an understanding of what programming language they're writing can look at it and know what it's supposed to do just by reading code, without having to put like basic English. And that's what most people mean by clean code, it's readable, understandable, not just like structurally. But there's very much a like, I make a point on the team that I'm on to actually go through and write documentation. Because I'm in marketing, so what I've come to learn is with a lot of documentation that I read, there's for marketers and there's for developers. So the way I think about that is for marketers, if you're going to go to for developers, that's for developers, where you can lean into like heavy technical jargon. Go and they're coding there, policy and stuff. So I try to do like one version of some scripts. So like I do for marketers.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
That's not writing code.
But I like it. I like it, yeah. So yeah, I like make documentation for like our product, where it's like, when you go in meetings with other people, go off this. That way you're not having to try to reinterpret code. So there's a lot that goes into it, but then again, that's my goal. It's very fun.
And you only work like 40 hours a week, or you fuck yourself drowning in 60 or 70 hours?
I think we're doing it. I do, and I try my best not to work in the one time. Because like I had to work before. I'll say I'm gonna be off work again tomorrow, but that's expected for me because I oversee our end of month process where we restart the loyalty rewards program. So I have to make sure everything fires, so it's looks to, yeah.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes they're like, I'll be working like Saturday night. My team will be on Thursday night and I won't be online for that. And then on Saturday night, instead of asking them to do it again, we're upgrading a bunch of database servers, so I'll online test all that. And so the trade-off is like, I plug in 8 or around 8 and I leave at 5. It almost doesn't matter what, is there a task that didn't get finished that day? Pretty much usually this time.
Yeah.
It'll get done tomorrow.
But I like documentation because it only helps me as a pain, right? Yeah, absolutely. But it helps me interpret what other people built and get that much better understanding of positions. Plus, writing in Markdown rows. Have y'all?
Oh, Markdown's great.
Yeah, yeah. So all the .env files that we'll see, like, BMD. It's written in Markdown, which is just like, think of it like language for notes for developers. So you'll,
John Brewer made that, right? It's not the guy.
I can tell you, but it's really simple. So it's like, you're making notes, I need a header, run £, space, create a header. Going on the next line, you can do like unorganized and organized lists, really easy. Numbered list, number, space, turns it into another list, and you just go on down the line. Bullet, you want bullets, you just do dash, space, and turns it into that.
It sounds like learning a whole new.
But it's
Lazy.
It is, I think I stumbled on the, I think Daring Fireball, it's a blog by John, one of the people who created Markdown. And I stumbled on the like, their philosophy for creating it. And his goal was, yeah, we can prettyify it with HTML, it looks, you know, headers nice and bullets nice, but Markdown also should be. So if you read it just like the plain text, it's still formatted in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's
It's pretty cool. The guy that, I think, one of the guys that made Linux. If you go to his like official website, it's just all Markdown. Like all of the real great people, like their personal websites, you go on there, it's just all Markdown. Yeah. Because they're not concerned about making something, it's just more about putting important information out there, making sure the data is right. That's it.
I noticed that, I don't know when I was on this or why, but you know how Warren Buffett, I was the sure halfway. I don't know how many billions, whatever, it's like one of the most.
That's what I was mixing those two lines.
Their website. Yeah, that's it. There's no fanciness. It looks like it was designed in the 90s, but it's up to date. Like it'll have like the most recent blog from a note from Warren, some stuff. It's like dated a week ago.
Yeah.
But like the actual page, white background, black text, blue and red, it's like there's nothing. When you go to any of their brands, there's a whole, you know, it's a whole modern site. Colors. You know, graphic design. The main page, that just
Yeah.
sections. Links.
It's like my favorite project.
Yeah.
It's crazy how many like pieces of software that a bunch of companies rely on kind of similar to that.
Yeah. It's just.
Just too much.
It's like they were made with like Microsoft Paint.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking into getting like a performance sensory strategy on my team. And I just asked someone to think of time to look into some tools, one would be Bigler, Apache Bear. It's so just like blank HTML, you know, again, designed in the 90s. Oh, your tools still updated, open source.
Yeah.
The Apache Foundation takes it. They have a nice looking website, but the JMeter page.
They wrote it. Text. I love pretty things, but when it comes to building them, do not. Should not.
Yeah, you go. That's, you don't have to go over there.
Is it a Twitter?
That's been called on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the question was called.
He was, he's really has like a lot of now.
Oh, okay. So have.
Dog City and another.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Great.
This.
She is, so she just started playing.
I didn't even know.
Yeah.
So. Well, it's apparently it's, well, I mean, obviously, like.
No, I deleted it, from the server.
Oh, we know something. There, yeah.
But then one of the, that's designed like,
Yeah, I
they're
did.
separation, for that one. They suck on other things. So like they will pop the link in or share, like stuff, some cases.
She got 6 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was definitely like red.
All that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get fixed as soon as she
So,
goes back.
They're doing,
But wait.
yeah.
I'm putting it down, good, for.
That's right. So you're, you see, in the log here.
Yeah, that's what she looks like right now, so.
Should go out. That's-
Yeah.
Now.
I wanna.
You have.
Yeah.
Like she is, she has national.
Yeah. She does. She has some like. She has some like muscle on her neck, so it's
Still down.
So we'll be right on. Yeah.
Right there.
Well, that's very sweet.
Yeah.
It
does.
Yeah.
Which is fine. I'm
Sorry,
just-
not,
that's-
brought, we were
Sounds good.
brought to the.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know if it can change the function.
Okay.
So
Or you
like,
can use-
she keeps trying this Daisy, not really interested, but she's getting it. But yeah, she's been like,
Yeah, you turn into a brain anyway.
But
That's, that.
Daisy
This is the
doesn't.
key.
They'll take the time, was it boy or the ball?
The body, right, the body. That's good.
Usually, that's, you have, having two dogs, really, less of like,
It's nice.
it's less of like you were having two dogs. You know, it's like my dog.
Yeah, 'cause she's really, she's very social, so she really knows the patient. So it's very slow.
Don't be surprised
That shows you why
if they.
all the rest of it's.
I would love to.
So.
It's a-
That's.
So you can tell them all that. Laugh. When they get older, they're great. That's why I'm said. They hold it. I have this with that. We would start free, so then they say. Like last year, I don't know what it is. But they're five below had the worst.
Yes, it's,
But then I got it like, I switched shirts off and they are.
We don't have that anymore.
Okay, that's gonna do it. I don't know.
Yeah,
She's
rad.
Get on the porch, stay down, you
Yeah.
walk by.
Yeah, she's so cute.
So I think she'll probably.
So, you remember scope with it? We didn't have a lot of users that we were using.
That's gonna be.
Now, it's.
Yes, start getting costs.
So that you.
Separate it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Great, and she
That everybody.
one.
Should work out.
Settle down. It must be bad.
Now we're cooking.
She's not as she's straight.
Break everything? Yeah. It's like, it's like Caroline.
Yeah.
We, anytime we go on the streets, it's like. And I'm afraid of these things. Like, we don't get one of them. Like, our dogs and whatever dog we're bringing. We don't get one of them.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because you just like, you literally want them to get comfortable. It's the whole area. Like, everything.
Yeah.
The aquarium itself, how it smells.
Right. They're like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then prediction, slow.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
Figure it out.
Like. I usually did, it's,
So you make the right part.
Yeah. I was really nervous, but luckily.
Did you tell me surprise? So I've done it a lot, like summit, we have words sometimes.
Oh, really?
And they're good, like there's other ones.
Hey, Derek brought up a really good point to save your life. If your code is working, push it to GitHub. Especially if you're about to like make some changes. So that way you have that good version you can always go back to and say, okay, I know this was working. The 19 things I just did don't work, but this thing works. Okay, it's very good. It'll save your life in many ways. Got any words of wisdom to throw out? Yeah, tapped out. Yeah. Hannah, did y'all get someone hired? You're hiring somebody, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, they need two people now, like a service now developer and then a regular developer.
It's a lot of service now.
I didn't realize until.
A lot of service now, jobs.
Yeah.
Oh.
But, now they're on hire.
Oh, yeah, nice.
So I like recommended people and then they're like, oh.
Yeah, yeah.
They just re-signed a contract with the contractor and they have to wait until.
Gotcha.
Are you over in town state?
It's like, Jason,
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I get messages.
Yeah.
Has anyone been talking about what happened? DMH?
Oh, the
The
money,
justice,
I
yeah.
saw that, yeah.
That's. DMH,
Department of Mental Health.
they sent an email out on Thursday that payroll would be issued next week.
Yeah, like, it's like $27 million or something in the hole.
Yeah.
And it's,
That's what they're short, but they're actually like 43 million in the hole or something like that.
yeah, something.
There's a lot of corruption.
Yeah.
Over there. They found there was an employee. And he was there, he's been there for a while, like whenever I worked there, he was there, he'd been there for a while, and he was stealing money from DMH.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then all of this stuff, so they're covering like a lot of
Yeah.
fraud and corruption.
Well, the news story I read, like the director of directors or something said that they got like a text message last night. And it's the first they were hearing about any sort of negative stuff. And I'm like, how do you not know?
No, that's the way it was whenever this guy the one that I heard about last year, because I saw a bunch of, like, I have a bunch of friends that still work over there.
Yeah.
And everyone was shocked, but at the same time, no one was surprised,
Yeah.
based off of like how this guy carried himself.
Yeah.
But whenever this stuff broke on like Thursday night, they basically said, no one's getting paid next week.
Yeah.
And it came out that, yeah, they were in the hole for like 27 million. But apparently Governor Stitt got involved and said, and they're like, no, like everyone, and they've issued another statement.
Yeah, that's why we got rid. I was like, why are we getting payroll? Because they were talking about our payrolls.
Oh, so that would come through y'all too, yeah, cause. No, you, OMS, yeah. But OMS, like basically everything for the state. Like OMS is like HR for all of the state. Yeah. But yeah, that. You're gonna keep on hiring, it's not that amazing. But I guess
Yeah.
they're not
It should be
technically ran by the state.
yeah, federal, right? Postal Service.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I think y'all. Yeah. But I know DMH is.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And they. Yeah. Is there, the commissioner over there actually left for a promotion like 2 years ago, and I guess everything's just gone downhill since this new commissioner stepped in.
He's probably got a new yacht. Yeah.
That's why when this guy got busted like 2 years ago, it was like, I wasn't surprised, because he was the guy that had a Range Rover, parked right next to the commissioner, like,
Yeah,
showed up in suits, but like bad flashy suits.
yeah.
So whenever Rick came out, they're like, yeah, this guy's been embezzling basically his whole tenure. Everyone's like, oh,
Yeah.
it was so obvious.
Yeah.
It
Hi,
was so
Will.
obvious.
That's awesome.
Which is crazy. They, Shonda goes for a bunch of the campaigns. Apparently he
Goes
funded,
like we did.
apparently he funded some money like through them.
I'm gonna ask you to know about it.
She probably is,
Thank
because they, what is it, this vending, is it like a Narcan vending machines?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ghost is the one that did all the hard things for that.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done. They did great. I love to work there.
Ghost?
Yeah.
I bet she would hire you if they was, she wants to hire another deputy.
But they only have like one day.
They're two, well, two, her and the other guy.
Yeah, and they need someone who's, they need people who like hand things now.
Do you like that stuff?
You're in this.
I would like to like it.
Okay. Yeah, she's very particular. She's.
I changed it, so. Server, this is.
Yeah.
Is it working, Levy?
Did you do it? Like.
Levy,
Yeah, but.
Levy.
I didn't.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Not yet? Getting what? Node modular?
Yeah, it's.
It's hard. What they do a lot of animations.
Yeah.
And they are people that are us, let's say.
I think so.
I pretty much copy everything that I have, the certification.
If you look at their website
I'm
now,
looking to get installed.
Yeah.
like they have your latitude, longitude at the bottom. There's nothing in the first line.
I think they took everything.
That's a lot of things.
I think they missed some outside. I need to put it on.
Right. Technically, it's not, so it should have an image of
Yeah.
It's in the. On the rest of the stuff. Oh. So she's still working.
Yeah. Just so like that, just so it's basically. Yeah. God, that's great. This guy's so not there yet. I would love. The interview I hear is J. They all heard for the last week, so I wish Master. Be or what it is. Just figure everything out. It could. Yeah, so I'm learning that. It's decentralized, but everybody's using it. So we can serve outside is the front. So inside now is all your server. Server code. Maybe inside is by design, it's not very nice. Now in there, now we. Oh, okay. So somehow, they don't want to be discovered. If you're not super based, yeah, mixed in with other instances, they. Isolated. Yeah, I wonder what was gonna happen when. It's integrated to that, that's like a, oh, this is what I'm saying, right? Yeah, there's users. Wow.
A lot of angle like close there.
Yeah, yeah.
Somehow they got not that so good on. Now it's going to right, well, that makes sense.
Didn't Eugene like just step away from the CEO? I feel like he either said he wants to, or he's trying to like step. He doesn't want to be.
Yeah. I know that.
Yeah, so you have like lots of active values.
He's active like, no, I'm not.
Oh, that's it.
I'm not gonna be this decision maker.
Yes, it's tiny, I can see it.
When was what that?
Yeah.
So then the full screen. Yes, then,
They don't need to. I feel like. Question happened, but Meta was doing with its apps dramatically. And. So they are, the supporter of the Fediverse is not. What's this one?
Alright, so they're handing on to the red, right, I've got, they're using the same password, right?
Yeah.
Let's grab. Half of what you call it. We got our.
Totally, yeah. So.
Using password that there's, and then not sign.
Usually you can go with a sign and sort of message, one, and it's not. With if you like spells.
There's like,
Actually, from that.
it's not like it's.
Yeah, so you're still having to use. You're not on, so we don't have to use.
Gotta pay.
Yeah.
The 30 people who are building it. Somehow we don't.
Yeah, so,
It's weird how much you can be.
And this is where you go.
It's a open source.
it says.
Like, the Gene launch the part, I don't think.
So I think.
Yeah, I thought, yeah.
What about Geo Word?
Activity, yeah.
Like it. This is.
It's not okay, and yeah, we're exactly here. So we're gonna return. I've heard.
Yeah.
It's like, how much each and asked about this.
Yeah, they all have us there. We were. I say, today, so we're getting huge moderation.
And then good. You don't have this part in user anymore. And your username is going to become broader.
Right. I mean, they're gonna maybe do it. I don't think they
Okay.
I don't think they should. But
I was told like they
Yeah,
have
now
not
you go back and tell error, if you learn, it's Russian sections over the last year.
now. Is Fred's content. It's
Pretty much that's what like.
But it's not the reverse.
Because well, I'm just there. Previous commission.
And when they do that, that's when they'll work this notion, if they have to do that.
That was she. Got easier. You know, like we read there. So.
Oh, good, that's correct.
It's just like, oh, your state was off.
Right, that's what I, well, that's what I mean, that's what I'm here, so.
Yeah, that's not going obviously.
They're,
We would.
so as long as it is whatever they. Fred's.
Yeah.
Their moderation.
That makes sense. though?
Yeah, yeah, a little bit.
I'm almost fully focused.
Same problem, that's on the side for that.
Oh, that's where you're, that's where they're.
All right, we have a little over an hour. let's get databases. Yay, okay. So let's see, first off, so we already are connected to Supabase through our db.js that we already made. So our connections are already there. We just need to use the methods for the database stuff. So on Supabase, I've made a database and it is called, well, it's called public, but it has tables in it, right? So these are the 3 tables it has. I know they're small. Let's see. Okay. So I have a menus table, I have an orders table, and I have a contact form messages table. Okay. In each of the tables, you have columns. And so that's what these are. Every table is going to have an ID, which is going to be the
What's a table?
table. A table is a place to store data in a database. So it's kind of like an Excel document, right? So the Excel document itself would be a table and it would have rows and columns. That's what a relational database is. Thank you. I probably should explain that first. A non-relational database does not have tables and columns. It has collections, which are more similar to like a JSON object, right? Than an actual like table. Okay. Good. Makes sense. Okay. I would say these numbers are totally fabricated. Like 90% of places use SQL. So they use structured relational database. And it may be MySQL, it may be PostgreSQL. It's a flavor of SQL. And then some places will use the non-relational type stuff. How you're going to know which one you want to use is if you have a lot of things that are connected. So like if it's like a business, then you're going to have employees and you're going to have departments and you're going to have, you know, finances and stuff. And these are probably all going to be connected in one way or another. So it's relational, right? There's like relationships. Like a chat room is going to have a bunch of data that's not, I mean, it's connected to the user, but it may be just like row after row after row or whatever, you know, it's not connected in the same sense. If that makes sense. You can connect them, but you have to do it in a weird way. So SQL is what you want to know. The other one, cool if you know it, but this one for business is what you would be using. Okay. So yeah, so rows, tables, rows, columns. So menu, and you can even see it has like kind of a little table, right? So columns, rows. Cool. So for our menu, just like we had the object for our menu, and it would have, I forget what's in it. I guess the things here, it'd have like a name, a price, and a type, key value pair. That's what we're doing here. It's just not an object, it's in a table. So there'd be a name column, and then a price column and a type column. And then on the right here, these are the data types that you're saying it's going to be. So for our ID, it's going to be 1 through whatever. So it's going to be an integer. For the name, it's just going to be text, right? And then float for the price because it's going to have a decimal. So those are called floats. And then text again for the type. So on with the orders, kind of same thing. We got our confirmation number and then our order details. This one's I left as a JSON object. There's better ways to do this, but for our instances, this was fine. So basically, we're going to take that object of the order and just put it in there as an object. And then the contact form, we have first name, last name, email, and then comment. So the things that they put in the form, we're just storing in the table. Okay.
Are those tables not related to each other?
Yes, correct. These are not. So if we had a better way to do it would be for the orders. Well, actually, we should have a users table, which we do not have. But if we had a users table, the users table would have its own key. So it would have a primary key, which is ID, but it would also have like a UUID, which is a unique something identifier. So in the orders table, we would have a column for that, like customer UUID. And so that would be a foreign key to the primary key of the table. So that's what would match them. Don't worry about that too deeply right now. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't have any foreign keys. In this case, we're not really relating them. We're just sticking them out there. Okay, this makes sense so far? So far so good. Okay, Jonas had mentioned last week CRUD, right? CRUD. So that means create, read, update, delete. Those are the four main things you do in tables, okay, in databases, with data in general. So whenever if you read the SQL thing from my from the 3 schools, it'll kind of walk you through that. Select statements is how you read, and then insert is how you create, and so on, right? So you basically you're doing those four things. So in our case, we're going to be putting data into these tables. So if I go to SQL editor here, this is where you can actually run your SQL, which we're not going to get too deep into. But just for instance, if we want to see everything that's in the comment table, there's not a comment table. If we want to see everything that's in, what are my tables? I forgot. Okay, so let's say contact form messages. I don't know why I named that so long. Okay, let's say orders. We want to see everything in the orders table. We can go to this SQL and we can put in select all from orders, because orders is the table name. Star means all. And then if we run this, then it's going to show us down here, these are the rows in the table, okay? You're most of the time going to have a created at or a created date, so you know when that record was created. You're always going to have an ID, and these are typically, most always, auto-generated. And then these rows are the rows that we told it to have, the confirmation number, and then the order details. And this is just, again, just a JSON string or JSON array, an array with JSON objects in it. Okay. So if we wanted to, well, I'm not going to go any deeper in that. We'll get there on module 5. But this is SQL, right? So this, instead of being in your code, writing this stuff, which is what we'll do, like you can come in here and look at your data and update and things if necessary. Depending on your job. If you're a front-end engineer, you're never going to see this. If you're a back-end engineer, you might not see this. But if you're a full-stack engineer, you're going to do this. You're going to do it all. Okay. Yeah, you can do it. All right, cool. So let's get to the JavaScript. This is kind of a good run through real quick. All right. Yeah, so again, we've already connected to our Superbase. So we're good to go there. We've got the instance to start messing with. In our server.js, we already got our instance right there. We required it from our database file, so we can do stuff to it. So for our get menu, we don't have a menu. Well, you still have, but you will delete shortly, a menu object in your server, right? Because imagine if you had a production app out there and you like your menu was in your server file, and that's the only way to access it. And you get new stuff in, like you have to go and rewrite your code. Like you have to go in there, stop production, write new stuff, send it up, right? If it's in a database, you can just go add it to database, and then voila, it's showing up on your screen. Good to go. Okay. So step 1, delete your menus in your database. And I mean delete.
I don't know.
No, they can go to
Like a menu object?
Yep.
Just that?
Yep. Yeah, in your server.js. You should have a menu object. Kill it. Get it going.
No.
Gone? Yeah, you didn't comment it out?
I didn't do that.
This time I'm deleting for real.
All right, once that's gone, then if we go to our get menu route, then you will see here this nice little line of code. So this is going to go to our database, and it's going to look in the menu table, and it's going to select all. It doesn't have a star because you don't have to put it, but it's going to select everything from that table. So I'll give you all a couple seconds to write that down or type that down. It's probably not writing. Yeah, we're in the menu, get menu endpoint or route, if you will, in your server.js. I think Tamika, yours is already there. Should be.
That was created, that was in script document.
Yeah, we should have one in server.js. A while back, we had one in script.js also. You can kill that too. You got it? You got a menu? Fantastic. Yep. When in doubt, restart the server. Turn it off, back on.
Well, it's in production.
Right, yeah.
Sorry.
Right. Not working right? Good, okay. All right, so let's break this down a little bit. So what's it called when we put the brackets around it? Yep, destruction, yep. This is kind of new. Do you know what this does? You do the colon and then put something after it? Did what? Nope,
This is identifying which table.
nope. So this is, I forget what the term is, but this is the variable now. So it's taking data and it's saying we're gonna pseudo name something, I don't know what's the term, but we're getting data back, and we're gonna change them into menu. So the variable name is now a menu, which is how we're able to access it down here. You could have left it as data, that would have been fine, but if you want to call it something else, you can do that.
Okay, it's like declaring a local variable within the destructured object and calling it menu.
Yep. Perfect. Okay, cool. And then, so we use Superbase, and then dot from is gonna be the table we're looking for. So we have a menu table, right? That's the name of it, in quotes. And then dot select, we're telling you what we want to select. In this case, everything, because we put nothing. But you could put, if you just wanted like somebody's first name, if it is a column in the table, then you would put it in there, in quotes. Okay. Cool. So then we're just check if there's an error. If there's an error, we're going to return a 500. If there's not, then we're just going to look at our menu and then just return our menu. Right. And this is the same as we had before when we had the menu object. We're just sending that back. Make sense? Cool. Nothing changed in the script.js, I don't think. Double check. Yeah, that's all the same. The only thing that changes in the server.js, just instead of getting it from that menu object we had hard coded, we're just grabbing it from the database. So it's going to our Superbase in our menus table, and it's just getting our menu table. Spelling is important. And it's just grabbing all that and giving all that back to us. Bueno. Cool. So now let's do the same thing, but instead of get menu or login, let's do our contact form next. So the contact form, instead of getting, we're actually posting, right? We're going to put data into the database. So for that, you'll do this guy here. I'll let y'all copy that down and then we'll kind of go over what it is and what it does. Did everybody get their contact form complete enough? Don't forget to make your yes. Don't forget to make your functions async. That's the state?
Marketing.
What?
IT department. Like, hey, I need access to our GitHub. And they were like, well, what repo? I was like, let me find out. That's the name, like, oh yeah, wait a minute.
So they have GitHub in the state, just not for y'all.
Oh. Still, it's only 2 years old. You would think they would
Yeah.
have to know.
Yeah.
They basically like you deploy it. And then you can pull from Workday directly, so they just provide on that.
Wow.
But like, if they're like creating something, like, does this already exist? Does anybody use this?
Oh my God.
Like, you know what, whatever that.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Like, oh, change requests.
Uh-huh.
So like, something they just reach out to one of our leaders, like, hey, can I change this?
Mhm.
I was like, you know, the single thing to that.
Yeah, yeah. That's crazy. You're gonna be like a hot shot over there. You like, look at all this.
Yeah, all stuff.
Yeah.
You think I'm this,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
yeah, I think ops coming in.
right, yeah. We'll be running the show for too long. I mean, needs to happen. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Mhm.
So it's
Mm.
crazy to be.
Yeah, yeah.
They go on a Word document and fill it in.
Oh my gosh.
You did know, as you had queries filled in, where you could just pull it all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. A lot of times I think like I'm a big fish in a small pond, just only like 3 of us, and I'm really good at what I do. But I'm like in the real world, would I be very good? So hearing stories like that make me feel better. I'm like, maybe I am pretty good.
Yeah, you feel good talking.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, that people come in and be like, hey, can you help me fix this? And I was like, no one didn't think they'd be seeing more value.
Right, yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, like you said, it's not. It's the word. I get lost in the girl.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. That's awesome. I got it down. Pretty close, not yet.
Yeah, receive function, I didn't make any signal to you. I read on the. So this function, go back and forth direct, I'll put up this is starting from the basic. Yeah, except for the route connecting, your front end JS and nothing about that. Yeah.
So. It seems like it worked. So how do I know that my contact phone message, where it is now? Read it back now?
So, yes, no. If you console log for data after you insert it. Like after you insert it. Can I go away from this for a second to go? Good. I'll go right back, I promise. Oh, no. Today, 18, yep. Should be right here. Is it Anon?
I did test, actually, the two, both of those, like,
These two. Test.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it went in. Let's see, bring this back up. What's up? Okay. Good.
That's certainly clear for the whole, how the roads go, everything.
Yep. Yeah, maybe Copilot's confused. Yeah. So you could just go to Supabase documentation and look it up there, would probably be the best thing, but yeah, it's inserting. So. Everybody got this in there? Yep. Yeah, in your contact form here.
So you have a contact form, you want to do this. And, yeah. Oh, so you got, oh, something, okay, go to this.
Okay. Everybody would care.
No, 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 and your senior. So you're going to slash and better routes, like, that's where you're gonna get things like this. Then make that a forward function. You just need to have the response like them. So if you look, so this is my contact form route, which you called submit. So then oh, can't do it while looking up there. So I have my bit in there, right? And then check for errors, and then if it's good, just send back message received kind of thing. If you don't have it, make sure you're sending back a response.
No, it's in like text or. It's a different note. They're just like in footer paragraph. Then inside. Technically, if you've written that, just putting that on, obviously.
That's, oh, now you're. We're gonna do it, some, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you need a function, it's like, so.
It helps to have like a new paradigm.
Yeah.
I know, right?
You got it. Yeah. I need a partner, maybe a partner, so. And then, but I know, we had worked there.
There you go. Yeah.
I guess that's what that. The ID for the form doesn't. That's what I mean. Right here, so that's the doing one, right?
Yeah, it's just.
There, you can keep it, it's fine. Think this, but I mean, it's probably, there's a problem.
The request.
So whenever you have a button that types submit, it's going to submit, and when it calls submit, it changes on. Go, you don't want to lose. Okay, so now you should go. And then, so you're getting this here, go ahead and kill this last one. And then go down. Yeah, so right after this guy. Oh, that's right. I don't know, it's just like. It's not how it's filed. Cool, so. Probably get one. Finish it, patch it. So let's get rid of the umbrella. But that's stuff I'm gonna have to do. Get rid of one. Then quite a bit in your. Right. And then. I was doing just. If that happens. Either one. Yeah. It's better. It's the, yeah, so they define. I'm sure all that.
So all the notifications, right? let's. For
In this case, yeah. We listen to you all that. Yeah, these new like wasn't like start. That way it's fine, that's static, it's like, it's gonna do the alert, and we're gonna concern.
it's in line.
Yeah, right after. That just said, we're gonna return our. Just return. And again, it would work the other way too.
Yes, okay.
Alright, so, saving all our context there.
Yeah, there's something like this. Go back to this. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. All right, cool, and then you're certifying contact. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and run it, we'll see. When there's like contact. Yeah. Getting into at least up to the route, the route. It's like block. So we're hitting the contact form, right? And it's on.
Well, we have.
Okay, so scroll up there a little bit. Right, so this is, so that's body next step. So now we're good. So now.
Oh, counts.
Now these. Make sure that's like, so these are the biggest columns now, which are right, so like, that's, just so you know, I can put that other board. Once so here's that. You got this in here. This time, are you returning anything back?
Most of the work.
It is not. Good.
I can have this, and it looks like it's not part of the.
So you're not spending your back.
Status?
Yep.
So for parentheses, again,
Let's go over here. That's fine. You're seeing that time. So within your response, back, and you respond, that's nothing, like, that goes to. Just fine, so you should a lot of things that you should do a lot of other things. Oh, you are. That's. Yeah, you're not behind these, which is fine, you know, do one, because you're writing it out right there. So you do it all of this. Okay, first thing, like-
just a comment, like I said, may just be comment, and just, you know, tell me what is. Okay. It's there to your.
Good to see it all the way. But yeah, you could do pretty much, you know, because you got some person. That. So.
My code, so everything that I change, needs to change, can I just, here's the deal, it's not just,
I'm struggling to do.
there's a lot of changes, so.
So the last thing we're gonna do is to show user that there's a set, right? But right now, they're
There's
not.
not.
So, there's, go back to the next stage. So you have this. Kind of line, beneath it, that's just a paragraph. Piece I give it an ID. Are you like also something or something? They'll put it in it, but after you're done with it, that's wrong. So after you make response back, or like. So get that ID, because I got the ID, change the interface. It was nice, but it's getting out of my life. Because I could not send her to work. Yeah.
First, one would be we were going to find all of them.
Yeah.
Why? I don't work that. So the other way, I'm not going to talk it, so.
But it'll get that.
So, yeah.
Yeah. We got it.
Are you getting one? But I see, the reviewers on this, they're supposed to be in line. So I got it.
Great. Thank you. Let's see, let's probably get.
It's nice you get that much notice stuff. It's for the six, that's what,
This,
express.
some option, because every
We
time.
finished our building renovation.
Yeah, so when you do a submit, you put a set of submitting, you're gonna have on swear.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Right.
No, just.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So your direction.
What?
That's what you should.
Any numbers that is live.
Well, those are HQ house. So everything was where I. That's good. That's why, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So you see here, how we have it on submit. So this button really affects submit. So it's gonna submit how it's formed with on submit. Okay. This was on submit.
Co-founder, CEO, that's what. So now that's really. We don't do that now, we don't have a CEO. I think he hasn't really been.
My function.
Yeah, like I haven't seen him at the office in 2 years.
So it's spread. I think they're based on, or y'all have.
The headquarters is here. Yeah. So Bill Stoller is from Oregon. And he was the CEO. Total from then, three, founded it, huge money. And the Stoller, no, it's like. And so it's from the team. Sorry, it's just.
Also, they,
So Bill lives here.
You already have
You guys.
this first time for us.
yeah.
You definitely.
Well, there's no problem. After your login before.
Yeah.
So. Junior. Is that. Vice president. Thanks a lot. That was it. And then it was last. So then, we'll probably get ready for. So
So go.
I'm done. It's very long. It's gonna be sure it's gonna be ready. So we all, we got to run. Sad meeting. I just had starting in February, I moved up to see. Last month. And it was in the office.
This is value.
For the
Value for your
last.
So, I mean, supposed to be 3 minutes.
I know, 200, were,
This is your fault. Name, email, he doesn't want to. Start changing it for him.
it was just like. Oh my gosh, he was on the office,
Very well.
doing work, running stuff in 126. He went to the Thunder playoff game on Tuesday night, like. No idea, no idea.
Get around. It's good.
He wasn't forward to that first thing.
Like he's so.
Yeah, for sure.
No, it's a
And
sin.
so that, yeah, that total. And then like. One of my little boss was the right person.
And the W was a little just like, no, I know, capital.
chill, simple, like that. If I do that with my grades, yeah, it's like. It's true, like, it's. So. You highlight first. People won't necessarily, I didn't even know that, but like, we're in the circle. So I'll count. I think the first time, my wife's. And then you change all these. That happens. Use it and then like 2 years. And it was like, it was. So it's like. I thought maybe. Oh. You don't need. Then, instead of just probably that first one, they use the whole thing, the whole first, they get rid of all the. And then here it's been out. Right, I mean, you got it. There's anything last in here that. Yes. I haven't seen it, but I think it's a movie about. When you get that, we should all, we should spend. I didn't, it's pretty bad. Nothing about what you're talking, it's the same one, you stick to the commands and they have. Ready for the call, which was caution. Nobody's ever, it's that next time, we roll, I was called, because that was the call. Yeah. That's, I think it's, you know, they should think it's not all that easy. But, it's very good. Like there's some signs. I haven't seen. So yeah, it's big, and it's. I think that. Process. It's. Well, it is sort of possible. It's like sure being. It's just these two are not supposed to have any outside. So it's just that. And I'm the sleep building. What's wrong? Yes. What do I know? That's kind of well, it's probably 63 times. Yeah. Yeah. This is why. Like just that, it's a beautiful picture. No, you're right. The entire, so I know everyone's saying, yeah. You know, he said he wants to quit, he's in charge of those whole. I say, but you don't like it, renovation, but it's wise, right? He's not. How hungry. So it's making it work. You subjective, then somebody else should get involved. Move the level themselves. Alright, almost time. Yeah. It also was an interesting picture. I think if people maybe.
Sorry, we-
Also.
we started-
That's all right.
Alright, cool, so we got all of them said,
Okay.
so now,
United States.
okay,
Maybe they
this,
think about also has all of those. Like, also. So the issues about. It's not just. One of the North American issues, not the European issues. You're all issues from. All these other countries, but we have a church. That's why. It has tons of leadership, it's not good. So. Bishop, you're there. You can be voted for. If you get enough votes, it's you. It's just, I didn't know, we want to mention this thing, maybe, but I think just recently, you have to be, if you're a bishop, you can only go. If you're not under two years. No way. Or, which I was like, that's really interesting.
I'm just listening. I know what's going.
Some interesting comments.
Yeah. Okay, so it's almost end of class. It's almost end of my teaching. Unless for some reason I gotta take over for the man here, but Derek will be teaching the next two modules and he'll do an awesome job. Keep practicing this stuff. You're about to go into React, which is gonna do two things. It's gonna hurt your head a lot, and then it's gonna click and you're gonna be like, oh my God, this is amazing. So prepare for that. Do not forget the fundamentals. Everything is built on this stuff. So the things he's going to teach you, it's all because of everything we've learned so far. Okay. Take a breather. Probably don't take a whole week off of coding because you'll lose everything. But, take a break and then keep practicing. Got any words for your module? Okay.
We're just gonna, like he said, we're just gonna be building upon what you already learned and being able to use some cool technology that harnesses those things and make it even better, so, in my opinion. But, so be ready for that. Once you get the hang of it, you'll enjoy it a lot more. With no JavaScript, you would call it.
Yeah, there's a bad habit among developers to learn React and then forget everything else because it is so it's a what do they call it? It's an abstraction away from what you call it. But oh, it was right there. Syntactic sugar. There it is. So it makes it sweet, right? But it's also, you can get addicted to that and then forget all the other stuff. And, there's many times throughout the week that I'll have to do like vanilla JavaScript stuff in React that just to make stuff work. So it's not perfect. But once that click happens though, very sweet. Any further questions on this before we wrap it up for now? We'll still be available on Slack, definitely reach out throughout the week or whatever. You'll put out your pre-work at some point the next week. Yeah.
So there's two more modules in the lecture.
Yep.
I remember there being like a capstone project after the next module.
It's after 5. Yep. Yeah. So it'll be in August, end of July, August. And typically that'll go from 4 to 6 weeks, depending on how y'all are working, if you need more time for that. Because we definitely want to get you the best kind of capstone project. What?
I was just, like,
Oh.
relief, cause
Oh.
I was like a little stress in the back of my head.
That'll be
I was
good.
thinking, man, I don't think I can do anything like that.
Yeah, no, you're going to. You'll and you'll have a team, right? We're gonna switch up into teams, so it'll be good. Also, I've got about 4 to 5 internship company opportunities. And we'll discuss those more as we get on the road, but we're gonna have a day to bring them in, let you guys who want internships meet them and all that stuff. And that'll be like capstone time, so nothing to worry about right now. And then we'll also are gonna have our speakers come back. Unfortunately, the one for this module did bail out, so we didn't have anybody. But we'll have the next couple.
So the next 2 modules both on React?
Nope, React and then Next.js. So front end and then back end. Anything else?
Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Is anybody gonna go to that 200 OK conference? So,
I'm sorry.
I will probably be there, I think. I'm not sure. No, it's May 23rd, end of May. Yeah. They do have student tickets, so take advantage of that. They're much cheaper. It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a friend who spoke at it last year.
So, Chris, is it good?
No, I'm coming back.
It was like she's like a coach. She's not a technologist. So it's more like how to use AI. I've never been. I don't know.
No, it's
I'm not sure, like, it goes on the.
I think it's.
No,
Yeah.
it should pop right now. No. Yeah, it's sort of had it
Okay.
for us to see. I think it's like, you know,
They do it everywhere.
what, going to okay? Yeah.
All day.
I don't know if I could. Also, how do we know if it's
The space that it's at is very nice, so. The house. Yeah, that's.
You know what? Did you put a name in it? What's the name you put in it? Test, right, like everybody else?
And you work with.
Maybe I didn't. Tell them when I logged in.
See you guys.
When you did the contact form, did you fill out the contact form?
You also have color.
Yours are working. Yeah.
No,
The coffee shop?
No.
Yeah.
The video and. Yeah,
It's
definitely using our remote. I only got the part. I only got to see all of the. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going in.
Yeah. It's fresh. Like go back to re-entering because like you get. All that stuff. I feel like we kind of need to do this. Oh, so you're not. I'm betting you gotta get one. I see your GitHub profile. Like your. Is that, you feel like that's helping a lot?
He's telling them still competition, right? It's not so many.
Yeah, no, I saw a few that you made, so I was gonna look through what you made and then I should try to make some similar.
No, I'm just following the video. It has like 6 or 7 games. They share that in our group.
And then, you're right, yeah, I mean, me and all of them. Maybe I'll. All right, but I'll see you guys.
Here should be. 200.
Yeah, of course.
We can.
Okay, who do you guys?
I think so, right?
Oh,
I think we're off next week.
oh, man, that's gonna be, yeah.
Restart your.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
Okay.
I thought that was this.
Yeah, no, it's, I think we're off the next Saturday and we'll hopefully come back to it next month.
Refresh and try. Later, man. Next week.
Hey, your game, where did you create your game? In JavaScript or did you use something else?
React Native.
Yeah.
Also, you really got some reaction. Some reaction. You're working on a game.
No,
Sure.
I'm just pulling the game, but I want to do
So
the
you're
game in the future, like.
Oh, yeah, so you have some react. You
Yeah,
really like
so-
try this out. Oh, that's good.
Get in here, we know it's Steve. Direct up on your career, so we will.
Man, I'm waiting for.
Oh, that's his message. Did you know?
Oh, yeah. This because I play with it a lot, like.
Does this have to be the same?
Oh,
So when I have.
This is from the database. So you have it.
So we have to fix stuff, not have to worry.
So in the database,
So go.
you see, right here, it's column there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the next slide.
So I gotta mention.
No, this is the column name from the database.
Oh, I got you. So, yes. Yeah. And then, so.
Say again? No, all good. Thanks.
No.
These guys.
We go. So the thing on this actually, so it's actually. Say.
There it is.
Here we go.
Yep.
But everything is slow to start a push.
Good.
It localizes creates.
Yeah.
More of a copy. Away.
See y'all.
Oh, so you, yeah, I just
With that. so
pictures of it that way.
you did that one.
Remember to send it to you.
Other words, they have.
Thanks.
Going back, you go back, yeah. So, whatever, you know. I was thinking that. And typically what happens, like, and like, if you're in a work environment, you always have your main branch, which is the branch that's gonna be in production, that's gonna be where people will see live. And then you create branches and you make your changes, and test your changes, and then once you find out it works, you will merge those changes into the main branch. So that's typically how.
So merge it, they can go before.
Yeah. That-
I mess it up and then. Block that out. But you did run, so. I added it on the, okay, so that's linked, so I can go, so. Yeah, on the post, good. So, now that's.
Hey, I'll get with you on that, what's it called for the video.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Zapier, there it is.
Zapier, okay.
Yeah, we'll see, if not, we can do what happens in the.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get that figured out. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, now, good day.
Oh.
Yeah, I went back to your.
Oh.
There. You're in our.
So
You probably gotta do nodes.
So that means we're in.
Get new nodes for that is. Oh, no. Let's see.
Is it because my page kind of kills it every time?
No, that should never be bad with this one.
Oh.
I do think it should work, but worst case, you need nodes for that.
No,
So you probably had another one running over there. It should be fine, but I just noticed that there's.
yeah.
Okay. Well, there's problems with you, but, this is hitting your login round, which we don't want to hear, right? So let's go back to our script dance. Actually, that's our video game space. Next up. That's fine. Maybe change their quadrant. You totally. Do both times and see what last. Yeah. Yeah, put login back there. Put login. That's your login. Don't give you small, I think.
Oh, okay. How do
Do, command, it's either control or command, so they're right here. Maybe you can see. There. Okay, scroll up a little bit.
it's not.
No, I think it's that it had the routes mixed up. Go to your server and start again.
Yeah. Try again. Yeah.